Good evening and welcome to the chat. This is the first part of our playthrough of Lands of Lore on the retro PC. Now I've set up the game and tried to start it and verified that the sound is okay and so on, but I haven't really started playing it yet. I've read the notes and the manual. We'll probably start by delving through the manual really quickly, and then we also have a story guide which I might read a bit of as well to get us started into the game. Now I've never played this game before, but it comes highly rated, and it was the #1 pick in the charity poll. There was an option for everybody that donated something to the War Child Foundation to vote on the next Friday game, and this game came in first with £55 behind it. Now next in line was Dungeon Master 2 Chaos Strikes Back. So my plan is to play this game first, then we'll roll the wheel and play an adventure game, so that we keep the rule of playing both role-playing and adventure games, and then we'll do Dungeon Master 2 Chaos Strikes Back. So it had almost £45 behind it, so I'll let it come third then. Hey there, I make a 1200 gamer with a zoo, an entire zoo. Welcome to the stream. Now emote test, he says. We could also do this. Lots and lots of emotes. I don't think there's any point in delaying any of this. I have the manual here in front of me. Now I purchased the Good Old Games version of this game, but I'm playing it from a CD on the retro PC anyway, so I both own the game and I'm not playing the version that I own, although it is exactly the same game, so I feel I'm in the right to do so. Now the Throne of Chaos premieres the Lands of Lore series of point-and-view fantasy role-playing games, real-time combat, cinematic scenes, digitized voices, and larger-than-life spells combined to take you on an epic adventure through the wild, untamed lands. Now, I was pleasantly surprised to learn that it's actually Sir Patrick Stewart which is voicing the king in this game, which is a great addition. Couldn't ask for a better voice. Now, this is basically, we'll go through the manual here as much as we need. After the cinematic introduction, 4 characters will appear. Click on the portrait of the character you wish to play throughout this adventure. And there are basically only 4 characters, and as I understand it, you can't really roll your own. So these are the 4. It's Axel. Do my looks frighten you? Magic runs strong amongst my people. I may not seem as sturdy as the others, but I'm far more adept with the various magic of our land. So this is the mage of the crowd. Now there's Michael. Let's not have any fooling around here. Strong is strong. Trust your instincts on this one. I'm the best fighter of the bunch. Unnatural. This is a strong fighter. Now Kieran, strength, magic. What good is all of that if you can't dodge blows? I'm fast and quick. If you want to win this quest quickly, you would better pick me. So he's the fast one. And then there's Conrad. I'm the most well-rounded champion for your cause. With all the dangers in the land, you will need someone with my adaptability. So he's a jack of all trades. Master of possibly of none. Now there's some introduction to the 3D view here. Basically Let me just turn off my face cam here. The 3D view is the window to your adventures in the lands. It's fairly basic. To take an item in hand from the 3D view, move the mouse pointer over the item, left click. That's basic. An object in the hand can be thrown by left clicking in the upper 2/3 of the 3D view, so you can basically throw it anywhere within the view. You can drop it by staying on the bottom lower third of the view, also fairly basic. To consume or use an item in hand, position it over the portrait of the person you want to use it on, and right click the item. To drink a potion, place it in the hand and right click on it in a character's portrait. The only exception is using weapons, which is done in combat. Yeah, it's obvious that the 3D view hasn't been around, although it's not terribly dissimilar to the 2D view you had, for example, in Dungeon Master, which is a game that came out 6 years earlier. Now, left clicking on items, decorations and scenery may reveal valuable hints or hidden items. Tapestries, paintings and doors are just a few things in Gladstone Keep which you can examine by left clicking. Be sure to fully explore the lands for clues and lost treasure. Once you've acquired the magic atlas, you can use it to look up your position. When you find the atlas, left click on it, a map will appear. Your current location will be indicated on the map by a flashing arrowhead. Any areas you have explored since finding the magic atlas will be shown. The atlas has 2 arrow buttons on it. Left click on the left arrow button to turn on to the previous map, and left click on the right arrow button to turn to the next map. Left click on the exit button to return to the lands. So there is an auto map, you just need to find it. So that will be useful in game. Now, dungeons and underground caverns are often dark. This can make exploring tricky. You will want to find a lantern as soon as possible. Lanterns automatically provide light when you enter dark areas. As the oil in the lantern is used up, the lantern will begin to dim. You will need to find oil for your lantern if it runs low. Left click on your lantern to see how much oil remains. This is similar to the torches in Dungeon Master, although it's a slightly more modern version with the lamp. Now, silver crowns are the standard unit of currency in Gladstone, and they are placed in our money purse, which is basically here on the display. Now, portraits of the characters in your party appear below the 3D view. Left clicking on a character's portrait will bring up his character's screen. This screen shows his equipment, skill levels and ability scores. The 2 action buttons are for combat and spellcasting. When you click the combat button, the character will attack with whatever weapons are in his hands or with his bare hands if he's unarmed. When the button is deactivated, he is recovering from his swing. He will not be able to strike again until the button is active. That's fairly standard. When you click the spell button, the character will cast whatever spell is selected from the spell book. After the spell button is clicked, you must choose which level of spell you wish to cast. If the power level is great, the character is not yet powerful enough to cast that level. Also very standard. The 2 color bands to the right of the portrait represent the character's magic and health. Clicking here will give the numeric equivalent of his magic and health bar. Okay, so there's a mana bar and a hit point bar. Left clicking on a portrait will bring up that character's screen. The screen shows his equipment, skill levels and ability scores. To equip a character, place an item in the corresponding equipment box. The character's equipment will affect his ability scores. Shields, armor, robes, boots, helmets and other such equipment will affect the character's protection. Hey there, Will. Welcome in. Thanks for the raid. I assume the final 5 minutes or so of the stream went well. Although I doubt it, since I was my character was dead. Yeah, it's the Raiders of the Lost Ark. Now my camera is here, but I turned it off because I'm reading this manual here. Damn follow bots. If anyone wants to volunteer to be a moderator, he's more than welcome to do so. Let me just switch back while I activate the chat here. I have banned the guy. Now, if any of you guys don't follow Will, you should. He's a great streamer. He's been streaming a lot of The Darkest Dungeon and Resident Evil as well. Where's my bot? The bot is taking a break. Let's bring him back here. I had to reboot before doing the stream, so things aren't quite ready to go. Is he alive? Yeah, he is. Did I mistype your username? I might have. Yeah, I did. There we are. At least the bot is alive and well. Now, we were just getting started reading the manual here. It's not terribly complicated. It's mostly basically a 3D view. No big surprises so far. It's ability scores reflect the character's latent strength enhanced by armament or other equipment. Latent abilities vary from character to character. When a character is wearing no armor or no weapons, the base ability score is shown. Whenever he changes weapons or armament, the affected ability score will also change, which makes sense. Might determines the amount of damage a character inflicts when you click on his combat button. When you place a weapon in his hand, this number will change to reflect the offensive ability of that weapon. Some weapons will do more damage than others. Some are magical and some have hidden advantages. Experiment with various weapons and see which gives you the best advantage in combat. Protection reflects the character's defenses against injury and attack. This is a combination of the character's natural agility, the thickness of his hide, and the protective gear he is wearing. Magical armor, jewelry, and even some weapons may also change this score. Now, skill levels. A character's ability as a fighter, rogue, and mage are reflected here as skill levels. The meter bar shows how close the character is to advancing to the next skill level. Your character starts his quest as a beginner in all skill categories. Fighter skills determines how well a character fights in hand-to-hand combat. In the danger-fraught lands, there are plenty of opportunities to improve this skill through combat. So this is very similar to the fighter skill in Dungeon Master as well. Rogue skill determines how well a character can pick locks and use bows and throw weapons. Practice makes perfect. The more you pick locks and use bows, the quicker your rogue skill will advance. Characters with higher rogue skills will also be more likely to locate traps and items hidden in the lands. So this is a combination of the robber skill in Might and Magic and well as the range skill in Dungeon Master. So it's similar but not identical. A character's mage level determines his ability to cast spells frequently to improve this skill. As the skill advances, the character can cast more complex skills more quickly. Acquiring spell scrolls and using magical items may boost magic levels. So the game only has one magical level instead of the two in Dungeon Master. So there isn't really a clerical and mage skill, it's just a single skill. Now, advancing skills, the meter bar next to each skill name reflects how far the character is towards advancing that skill to the next level. Advancement requires experience. When your character is the only one in the party, then all you do counts towards your character's experience and skill advancement. When there is more than one character in the party, click on the portray combat button or spell button to make one of the characters the active character. The active character is indicated by the box around the character's portray. Okay, makes sense. It's the same as it is in Dungeon Master as well. This indicates that the character's skills and abilities are currently used. For example, when you pick a lock, you are employing the active character's rogue skills. For the best chance of success, click on the portrait of the character with the highest rogue skill level. This will make that character the active character, and in picking the lock you are employing his high rogue skill. Okay, that's useful to know. Yeah, I've never played this game. Status symbols. The status symbols indicate if the character is poisoned, sleeping or stunned. A poisoned character will grow sicker and sicker, his health bar reducing gradually until he falls unconscious. Use ginseng or a high-level heal spell to stop the poisoning. Interesting. A character in an unnatural sleep is affected by sleeping gases or magic. He will eventually awaken over time. Okay. A stunned character is unable to fight. The spell button and combat button are inactive because he is recovering from a particularly hard blow. The effect is temporary unless he keeps getting stunning blows. In that case, better move out fast. Okay, so you can be stunned, you can be left in a sleeping condition, and you can be poisoned. That's basically the three statuses that are available to you. Combat in the launch is real time. Monsters won't wait for you to decide what to do, fight or flee. To attack a monster, left click on a character's combat button. The character will strike with the weapon in his hand. While recovering, the combat button is deactivated and the character cannot strike again until the button is reactivated. You can also fight with magic. The magic of the launch is a wondrous thing and certainly isn't limited to just fighting your way off or into trouble, but it helps. When your attack is successful, a number will appear on the combat button indicating how much damage was done to your opponent. The amount of damage is determined by your character's weapon and might. The same rules apply when your opponent attacks you. If your opponent's attacks are successful, numbers appear over the character's portrait indicating how much damage was done. The amount of damage will also be reflected by a decreasing health bar. The health bar will decrease as a character takes damage. If the health bar is red, that character is in grave danger. A single blow could render him unconscious. If all characters in the party are unconscious, the game ends. When your character is unconscious, he cannot be healed by rest alone. You must use aloe, ginseng, salve or magic to restore consciousness. Okay. So you can't restore from an unconscious state without using some sort of heal. To rest, left click the rest button. This is the easiest way to heal injuries and restore magic. As long as the character is conscious, he can fully recover his health by resting. If your party is resting in an unsafe place, there's a good chance monsters will interrupt your repose. So you have to be careful that you have health potions or spells that you can cast and that the spellcasters don't fall unconscious, otherwise you might accidentally end up dead with no way of healing yourself. You have to keep that in mind. Medicinals can be used at any time, even in the middle of combat. Different medicinals have different potencies and their effect will vary, but even weak medicines are useful for restoring consciousness. Aloe is used for minor healing. A salve is a more potent healing agent. Ginseng is special because it will cure poison as well. Okay. Each weapon affects might and protection scores differently. For purposes of combat, there are 3 types of weapons: cutting, crushing, and puncture. When fighting a particularly tough opponent, consider the difference between bladed and blunted weapons. Opponents with unusually tough hides, such as the giant lizards of the Southlands, are resistant to blades. In this instance, a blunt mace is much more effective. So the crushing weapons are the club, the mace, and the maul. The puncture weapons are the dagger, the rapier, and the arrow, and the cutting are the sword, axe, and the halberd. You can greatly improve a character's protection score by equipping him with armor. The more protection he has, the more difficult it will be for enemies to injure him in combat. Makes sense. Casting spells. Before you acquire a spellbook, you can cast a combat spell called Spark by left-clicking on the spell button and choosing a level to cast a spell from your spellbook. Select the spell by left-clicking on the spell's name, then click on a character's spell button and choose which level of that spell you wish to cast. The higher the level of the spell, the more magic, as indicated by the magic bar, it will require of the character, and the more damage the spell will do. Hey there, Gleeser, welcome to the stream. Thanks for the 5 months of resubs.
Hi all.
We are just making our way through the manual here. So far, it's pretty basic. There's a 3D view. There's an armor class. There are weapons. There are different characters. No great surprises so far. One surprising thing here is that you can cast the same spell at different levels with different spell point costs, which is a new thing that will have to... Yeah, that was Turbo Spree. I think it's from the first game actually. Eventually you will acquire a spellbook. All the spells your character can cast are listed here. The selected spell is always printed in red. To select a different spell, left click on it. The amount of magic a character has is based on his mage skill. As the mage skill increases, the character's magic increases as well. The magic bar by the character's portrait indicates how much magic he has. Throughout your adventures you will find scrolls that have spells written on them. Thanks for gifting a sub to Will Torres, Gleeser. Most appreciated, man. Now gifted 11 subs in the channel. I appreciate your support. Okay, so we can find scrolls. To add these spells to their spellbook, take the scroll in hand and right click on the character's portrait. Okay. In a shop, left click on an item that you wish to purchase. If that item is for sale, the proprietor will name the price. When an item is purchased, the silver crowns will be automatically deducted from your purse and the item will be placed in your inventory bar. Most shops will also buy items. To sell an item to a proprietor, take the item in your hand and left click in the 3D view. Okay. Click on the disk icon to bring up the options menu, load and save a game, delete a game, the game controls, exit the game. Okay, so basically done with the manual here. Not a lot of complexity in this one. Seems fairly ordinary. There are a couple of things that I came upon here. The first is that we need to acquire this magic atlas to be able to map automatically in the game. It seems fairly important. We need to acquire a lantern to have some light in the dark dungeons. That seems very important. We need to make sure that the healers don't fall unconscious, because you can't recover an unconscious condition without using medicinal help. And there are 3 items of medicinal value: the ginseng, the salve, and the aloe. In reverse order of efficiency, the ginseng is both a cure and a cure for poison. The salve is a stronger health potion and the aloe is a basic one. But if you fall unconscious, you can't just rest out of it. You need to have either a spell or some of these medicinal items with you. You need to acquire the spell book. That seems fairly important. But other than that, it's a pretty simple dungeon. Rome. Now, There's also this piece of history which I think we should quickly read through. While state diplomats are quick to point out there are many sentient creatures inhabiting the lands, the fact of the matter is that since the heretical wars, only 4 races survived with any semblance of control over their own destinies. These races, humans, Huline, Tomgog and Dracoids, have been known since then as the Ascendant races. They lead the White Army Alliance in the fight against the Dark Army. Though most of the citizens of Gladstone are human, individuals from all 4 of the Ascendant races call themselves subjects of King Richard. Now, Dracoids look like humanoid lizards. Most other races find them repulsive. To others, there is very little appealing in Dracoid culture. A sure way to start a fight with a Dracoid is to tell him a variation of the joke about how his race got started. Popular myth holds that the Dracoid race is half human, half dragon. Actually, Dracoids probably have no relation to humans. The dragon part, however, is more likely. Dracoids have an assortment of interesting and disgusting tricks to help them cope with this inherently hostile environment. Their forked tongues, webbed digits, double eyelids and the ability to spit venom are usually sufficient to stave off any bar fight. Dracoids have a natural affinity for magic, being one of the more intelligent races in the land. Their relatively small strength is due to their strange bone structure, a result of evolution from a species that thought amphibious travel was the wave of the future. The skin, however, is tough and provides natural protection. As cold-blooded as they are, Dracoids have strong emotions. They happen to take their responsibility to their own kind very seriously. The principle, of course, has no bearing in their relation to other races. Dracoids on the whole treat members of other races on the whole like dirt. Okay. This is interesting. Now we have a pick of 4 characters to start the game. I have a feeling that Axel is a Dracoid. That's probably why his magic is so strong, and that also potentially means that he has these other abilities as well. He has a relatively stronger height, so he has a slightly higher armor class probably, and he's decently intelligent as well, which probably means that he has a decent amount of magical points, but he's probably not the strongest of fighters, given that it states that they have a relatively small strength. So as usual, this is a compromise between different abilities. The Huline are a race of sentient humanoid felines like humans. There are some variations on the main race. Members of the dominant strain look like giant bipedal domestic cats, standing a bit shorter than the average human. Their coloring and fur patterns vary wildly, and learning how to read their body language, curling tails, twitching whiskers and swiveling ears is an ancient art, utterly incomprehensible to most other races. They aren't as strong as humans, but are much more agile. It may be that the Huline developed a language only to communicate with other races. Most of the Huline have difficulty grasping the intricacies of spellcasting. This is probably due to having waited so long to develop a language. They have problems comprehending many magical abstract concepts and don't work well with symbols. Without opposable thumbs, they also have a little trouble with magic wands. Huline communities are well developed, civilized areas. Social niceties must be observed, or you might as well be one of those wild ones who hunt in the jungle. So basically they are very poor spellcasters, but very quick and probably decent fighters. And of the characters available, I would assume that Kiran is the Huline of the 4 characters that we can pick. She's fast and quick, but with hardly any magical abilities. It hardly seems an accident, no matter what the records maintain, that humans rose to become the most dominant race in the lands. Of the ascendant races, humans have proven themselves to be the most adaptable to various ecologies and climates. Humans are the most popular sentient race in the lands, though there exist many variations and many separate cultures throughout the lands. In Gladstone itself, Richard and his royal line are humans, but nobles of other races, most frequently Thomgogs and lesser Hugh-line, petition to become Richard's citizens. The humans of Gladstone are a simple but brave folk. It is through their steadfastness that the Dark Army has been kept at bay for so many years. Scholars from other races speculating on the human problem reassure themselves that even if the humans were to continue to proliferate at their current rate, they have splintered into too many different tribes, pretending irreconcilable differences to be considered a real threat. It is axiomatic that the human will fight no fiercer than against one of his own kind. However, the humans of Gladstone have always been united against the Dark Army under the leadership of the ancient royal line. Now, which one of these is the human? That's probably Conrad, the most well-rounded champion. So he's the jack of all trades. Seems likely that he's the human. Then there's the Thomgog. The four-armed Thomgogs pride themselves on their cult of mysticism and philosophy of a universal brotherhood. When a Thomgog dies, the soul leaves the dead body, becomes a seed that takes root in fertile soil, and about a year later reincarnates into a new young Thomgog. The full details of Thomgog reproduction is one of the great mysteries of the lands, but it's enough to know that there is no way to actually kill a Thomgog. A Thomgog will simply reincarnate with a new body and sometimes a healthy resentment for whatever killed it in the last incarnation. This, scholars believe, is why Thomgogs developed such forgiving natures, or at least why they developed such a philosophical lifestyle. The reasonable and enormously patient Thomgogs are valued throughout the lands as diplomats, negotiators, and arbitrators. Because of their great strength and their 2 extra arms, Thomgogs are also very highly regarded warriors. This might be the real key to their success as diplomats. As the axiom says, speak softly and have a Thomgog at your side. Is this Michael? Yeah. It's probably Michael. So our choices here are between the 4 different races. Now, chronology of the lands. Not much is known of the period when the powers that were presumably created the lands. Few of the higher races address this topic in their histories or mythologies. Most chronologies begin with the Golden Age and the Ancients. Anything before that was dark, mysterious, scary, and not to be talked about. Yeah, this seems like a good version to play. The time of the Ancients is known as the Golden Age, a period when the Ancients roamed the lands and held dominion over all. Most races considered this their genesis, and the Ancients their gods, benevolent or otherwise. During this period of golden peace, the races did not want, they did not war, and the ancients provided for all. The War of the Heretics of uncertain origin. This War of the Heretics precipitated the fall of the ancients. It is not known who started it all, between whom and for what cause it was fought. Many believe this dark war began as a conflict between 2 ancients of terrible power and malicious intent. During this period, the lands plunged deep into anarchy. The war wiped out many of the normalizing advances of the races, set up the beginning of the Dark Army, and unleashed wild magic upon the lands. The ancients who were wiped out became a myth. The War of the Heretics is a foil to the Golden Age. It makes any age look good and golden in comparison. In older books and lore, this is also sometimes called the Hunting or the Great Hunt, depending on the perspective. Dark times. After the fall of the Golden Age, the world was plunged into darkness. The races reverted to their primitive state, the ancients having annihilated one another. No formal relations existed between the various races. Trade was virtually non-existent. In the lore of several races, however, this was also the time of great travelers, individuals who wrote of strange lands and stranger adventures. During this convenient stagnation, had the world not been so boring, the travelers' tales would not have been that interesting. Also, presumably, hitherto unknown great mages were building up their power to legendary stature relative to the pathetic efforts of primitive witch doctors practicing at the time. This was a period of great romance. Yes, the dad jokes. To be frank, I'd have to change my name. This was a period of great romance with all discoveries new and fantastic against a rather grey backdrop of existence. This does sound like the Middle Ages a bit, compared to what the individual races throughout the lands would later encounter and live through. There's really nothing that spectacular about the dark times at all. Since so few things were written down, works like the Traveler's Tales and the first magic albums of banal mastercraft seemed like miraculous achievements created in a void. Because of the restlessness of the travelers, this period is also called the Wandering. It was a time of legendary individuals making strides, but a period of little civilization advancement. Next, there are the racial wars. The racial wars were actually a long series of wars, not really related to one another, which spanned at least a millennium. A relatively minor war started them all, but it served to draw out the races and get them communicating, trading and warring. By this time, most of the higher races had advanced to a point where war could actually be fun and profitable. Again, depending on the perspective, this is sometimes called the expansion or the time of tears. The lands were as a big board game. Territory was lost and gained, changing too frequently for contemporary historians to sort out. Most of the higher races won as much as they lost, and some races were completely transplanted to different lands, forced to migrate through subsequent conquests and expulsions. During this period, a number of tribes were wiped out. The constant turmoil, however, brought out the best in the surviving races. The ultimate result was that the higher or ascendant races being the humans, Dracoids, Hulen and Tongok in the upper continent, established dominion over the lands. Rise of the Dark Army. In the aftermath of the racial wars, the Dark Army marched forth from the mouth of ruin and attempted to ravage the good peoples of the land. Who knows where the evil impetus of the Dark Army originated? Perhaps the Dark races were just a little bit more crude, more primitive and less loved. The Dark Army welcomed all who wished to participate in establishing the Regency. The seeds of the Dark Army were planted long ago during the War of the Heretics, or possibly even during the Golden Age. Early incarnations of the Dark Army did some damage, but record keeping wasn't in vogue back then, when entire civilizations are being wiped out by natural and unnatural causes. Hey there, Smash, welcome to the stream. No one thinks to keep track of uniform insignias. The early Dark Army was responsible for a number of atrocities during the Dark Times, and it is likely that one of the factions during the War of the Heretics was also an early incarnation. Now here's a list of beasts in the lands. There are Amazons, which attack twice as fast as most other warriors, but wear little armor and are vulnerable to the cold. There's an apparition. When you come upon an apparition, flee. Spells and weapons only pass through them. It will require a special magic to banish these horrors. These seem similar to the ethereal monsters in Dungeon Master and many other creatures in many other role-playing games. You probably need some sort of powerful spell to kill them. Archer slugs. When threatened, archer slugs fire poisonous darts. Large blunt weapons are especially effective against these dangerous creatures. Avian worms, squirmish and difficult to hit. With most conventional combat weapons, worm hunters will have much better luck relying on their spellbooks. There's the bandit. Brandish better weapons, wear better armor and are better at thugging in general than thugs. There's the large wild boar who roams the forest of Gladstone. Thrusting weapons are favored against these vicious beasts. Boglights, animated swamp mog. Take a good mage with you who knows what to do with a free spell. Cabal warriors, tough, excellent swordsmen and will not flee. Local wags insist that the Cabal warriors will continue to fight even after death. But that's just silly superstition. They sound tough. Cave dwellers, primitive humanoids, move very slowly but pack quite a wall up. Behind the huge clubs they like to drag around. A typical ogre then. The bite of a flying spider is quite painful and is often poisonous. A good fireball spell and a good supply of medicinals is recommended. Yeah, flying spiders doesn't sound all that attractive to us. The Gork are excellent warriors, especially when fighting in the native swamps, particularly susceptible to impaling damage, strong resistance to magic attacks. So this is someone you attack with melee skills or melee skills. The giant hornet sting can pierce even the stoutest armor. Fire is fairly effective. Typical hornet. Iron grazer, metal scavengers. It's not only gross, but it can also destroy metal weapons and armor. So this is the rust beast. Attack them at a distance if you want to keep that nifty sword of yours. Okay. Lizards. Giant lizards have prehensile tongues which can grab weapons and items out of their opponent's hands. It's best to use blunt weapons against these beasts. Probably better to fight them for range as well. A Minotaur not only has a bad complexion and a pretty ugly family tree, but his singing voice, while his roaring actually can inflict tremendous damage. Don't even try to make friends with one. That's nice. Molders are hunchback, rotting corpses. Although they are immune to cold and acid, they don't like fire. Orcs are monstrous humanoid creatures with little intelligence. Fighting is all they know. Use blunt weapons against their thick hides. A great orc is an oversized inbred cousin of the orc, nearly useless to pound on their massive frames with blunt weapons. Okay, so the great orc can't be attacked with the blunt weapons. You need something that pierces for them, but the blunt weapons do a good job against the regular orc. Pentrogs aren't as tough as they look. Fire is the best way to defend yourself from them. There's also the Ratman. A Ratman's claws may inflict toxic wounds that quickly fester. If you encounter one of these abominations, strike quickly with a bladed weapon. Scavengers shoot sticky webs to track their victims. Their thick, scaly hides make them virtually fireproof, but they abhor the cold. Hacking away at them with edged weapons does little damage. Large bashing weapons are more effective. Thugs frequenting the path of the Northlands are common street thieves and robbers. They usually arm themselves with clubs and maces. And then there's the Wrath of White Tower, kept away tourists for years. If there's a way to defeat them, it is certainly not by cold steel or common magic. Okay, so they require a cock-up. Now magic, spellbook recipes for the common caster. These rudimentary spells are available to most citizens who have a basic understanding of the magical elements, some time to spend developing their magic skills and a spellbook. There's the basic healing spell, restore health, works on most higher sentient races. Doesn't work from death. Spark discharges a small electrical shock. Basic as it is, Spark is still a handy spell to know in dangerous lands. It's the Fireball. Probably the most popular spell in times of war. The freeze spell lowers the local temperature below freezing. Popular household spell used to preserve food. Some malcontents, it has often been reported, employ this spell for more destructive uses, which means you can also use it in combat. When lightning is cast, a powerful electrical jolt will strike directly in front of the caster. Another combat spell, Mists of Doom, calls upon the ancestor of the casters to rise from their ancient graves and destroy his enemies. One is presumably on good terms with said ancestors. Well, one would hope so. Disrespectful, but very useful in a tight spot. These are all the spells that are actually listed. Now, a little bit of lore here. For generations before the Urbish Mining Co. had been set up, the Urbish Caves had been a trap for heroes, especially the dungeon pillaging breed. The Urbish Caves had always yielded riches. If you went down in the caves, you could always find a wonderful treasure, but you always found horrible danger too. The place was cursed. Folks call it the mouth of ruin. Of the few people who ever made it back to the surface, most came back insane or horribly diseased or even undead. Valen's Key. However, perhaps 4 or 5 generations ago, the incredible Valand of the Sidari descended the mouth of ruin. 7 years after he had been given up for dead, he came back up again, alive, sane and very, very rich. He never spoke of his encounters or experience in the Urbish Caves, but he claimed that he could always return to the cavern safely. He proved it, going down often, returning loaded. He claimed he knew a secret to tame the demons, but his secret, well, he kept secret. But Valand kept coming back up again, and with such riches, whatever power Valand had over the demons of the caves, he didn't hold it over the man of the lands. Humber Valand, who survived 7 years in the caves, didn't last 1 year back amongst his own people. He was murdered for possession of his secret. The Laird of House Urbish, on whose fief the caves were located, claimed not to be responsible for Valand's murder. Of course not. When the Laird wound up with a secret to the caves, however, well, what could one say? The Laird claimed a legal right to the Valand's secret, which became known as the Valand's Key, though no one has ever confirmed whether this is an actual physical key, as the caves were legally the Laird's property, as Valand had no heirs. The Laird himself, armed with Valand's Key, descended, disappeared for a fortnight and came back, pale, scared and half out of his wits. After recovering, he revealed no treasure, but he's a Laird, so who can say what he really had? Apparently he found something, because he set up the Urbish Mining Company and began stripping the upper levels of the Urbish mines with the obsession of a madman. Under the Urbish Mining Company, the mouth of ruin never turned up anything as wonderful as Valand's treasures, but it did yield rich ores beyond the capacity of any other mine in the history of the lands. Surprisingly, the Laird had no trouble finding willing workers despite the horrific past of the Urbish Caves. Greedy people flocked to Urbish from throughout the lands, always certain that they would be able to sneak out a few nuggets or gems or whatever else the mines yielded without the overseers ever catching sight. This great migration of peoples from across the lands explains how Gladstone and surrounding lands came to have such a diverse population. The Laird was rich and his foremen were rich, and even the immigrants who traveled leagues to slave in the Urbish mines were rich from the gems they smuggled out from the mouth of ruin, but they were also undeniably cursed. Whatever Valand's secrets was, apparently the Laird of House Urbish didn't quite get it. People said that the Laird's heart wasn't as pure as Valand's, and so couldn't withstand the evils of Urbish. The people were peasants, so what did they know? After the mining began, however, the House Urbish suffered disaster after disaster after horrible disaster. The house fell not even 3 generations after the mining began. The miners themselves, many disappeared, and it was said that they strayed from the protection of Valand's Key, whatever it was, to find more riches deeper in the mine. Other miners, it was said, turned into monsters, horrid creatures who haunt the woods surrounding Urbish yet today. Eventually the mines were abandoned, House Urbish was no more. So there is definitely a Definitely treasure to be found, but potentially at a high cost, and probably should have found this key, whatever it actually is in terms of an item, before even attempting to send down there. Ancient temples and other curses. Lore has it that at the very heart of Urbish is an ancient priest temple, and it is here that the cursed nether mask could be found. It also said that this was but a part of a great civilization of the ancients, from whence it is said that Dracul originated. Not that anyone, with the possible recent exception of Scotia, has ever penetrated this fallen city. Indeed, fact of its existence probably belongs in the realms of rumor. While there have always been strange activity around the Urbish caves, these hauntings have escalated dramatically since Scotia removed another mask from Urbish. Whatever magical barrier protected the fallen ancient city has been shattered. Once Scotia broke it to take the nether mask, anyone could get in and anything could get out. That leaves the Dracul. The Dracul has served the peoples of the land for many generations as an oracle and seer, giving often at a very high price, precious advice, without which the petitioner could survive or prosper. The creature lives under Mount Margor, bordering the kingdom of Gladstone. The caverns underneath Margor are hazardous, dark, dank and twisty, and probably full of poisonous gas. It is guarded by several monster sentries and many obviously manufactured traps that often prove lethal to the would-be spelunker. The term Dracul is a vulgarity, signifying what ultimately the so-called ascended races valued of this ancient reverend creature, a dragon oracle. It is little wonder then that the contempt this Dracul shows for supplicants and petitioners. Local lore says he only grants his prophecies to those who bring him great treasures, though he obviously has no need for such lavish wealth. The Dracul's great wisdom and knowledge, as far as is known, has never failed the petitioner. Okay, so there's an oracle, there are ancient temples, there are Urbish mines, there are many monsters, there are lots of spells, there are 4 different types of creatures, lots of lore, treasure, and general dungery. This is what we like and live for. Enough of the manual reading, let's get into the game.
Virgin Interactive Entertainment presents the Westwood Studios production of Lands of Lore, The Throne of Chaos.
I'll allow the intro to play here.
My liege, it is as we feared. Scotia has uncovered the temple and will have the nether mask soon.
We must be ready for her. She will come here first.
But Richard, what worry have we here at Gladstone? Surely we can arrange a defense against any charades.
The mask is not a toy. The time has come, and I have no choice. I must destroy her now.
Yeah. She will be so pleased.
What can be taking so long? I want it now!
Your Unholiness.
You will not make me wait again. Ah, it's a pretty little package. At last, Richard and his puny forces have met their match. Ah, I like this.
Neat party trick.
Yes, this mask will serve me well. Beware, King Richard. You will pay for your lack of vision.
I have need of a champion. Who among you will volunteer to serve me in this matter?
Well, this is probably the most important decision that we make in the game. Yeah, you could say that.
Have you decided?
No, we haven't decided. Be patient. This is an important decision, man.
Well, have you decided?
This is an interesting choice, and I assume others will join us along the path, but our choice is basically a very strong magical caster, has a magical ability of 15.
Well, have you decided?
A protection value of 8, and a might value of only 5. So he's obviously by far the weakest. The human has twice his might and
well, have you decided?
a 33% more protection, but he also has by far the strongest magical value. Then you have Michael, who's obviously a very unskilled magician, but
well,
better protected and obviously by far the strongest, so he is the best fighter but the worst magician. Then you have Kieran, who has a very low value and everything, but has the advantage of being very quick because he's of the feline race, which is probably a boon in some of the things that we do. And then of course we have Conrad the human, which is a jack of all trades but a master of none. He doesn't have the highest value in any of the categories except for protection. But has middling magical abilities and a decent amount of might. He does look like a decently good compromise.
Well, have you decided?
And I think we'll go for him. If not for him, yeah, this is seems like a pretty cool engine. If not for Conrad, I probably would have selected Axel. He seems like the character we would have gone for, but his might is very low and his protection is also pretty low. If he had a decently good protection, I wouldn't mind the low might. You can always find a fighter to join you, but his protection worries me a little bit.
I'm the most well-rounded champion for your cause. Face it, with all the dangers in the land, you need someone with my adaptability.
Yeah, I tend to agree with him.
Excellent. Settle your affairs and attend me in the throne room for instructions.
So we made the first decision. Let's hope we don't come to regret it.
Welcome to Gladstone Keep. King Richard awaits you in the throne room.
What do we have in terms of items here? We have a ginseng, which was the plant that enables us to cure poison. We have aloe, which was the weakest of the healing plants, and the salve potion, which is a half healing sort of thing, but has no effect on the poison. Oh. We have almost nothing in terms of actual protection. It's almost ludicrous that the protection rises from 5 to 12 by putting on what appears to be a thin cotton t-shirt. It must be one of my merch t-shirts. It must be very strong. He has a single dagger in his hand and some sandals. This is not a fighter. He's wearing a t-shirt and sandals. And he has a pocket knife. So we're not gonna take this guy into any sort of massive battle. But he can cast some spells as well.
I don't have enough magic. I don't have enough magic. I don't have enough magic.
And probably the only spell that he actually has is the what was it again that they called it? We look it up in the manual here. The spark spell, that's probably the one that he has. And he's able to cast the level 1 of that particular spell, and that's about it.
Conrad, were you not summoned to see the king? Go back straight north into the throne room.
Fine. We have 41 of the silver crowns, which is the currency of the game. And I suppose we should make a save here. Now that we've entered the game, we can probably click various things.
The forest below appears tranquil.
That's a window. We can't walk into this guy.
Gladstone crest. Gold threads sparkle through the thick red yarn.
That's the Gladstone crest.
The kingdom looks deceptively peaceful.
And this is a door. A lovely little palace.
The eagle is Richard's mascot. Royal Herborium.
Royal Herborium, it says. This is where we probably buy the plants.
Did you hear something? If Scotia does attack, they say we won't hear a thing. Quickly now. Point out what you need.
This is a way to spend our hard-earned money on trinkets.
I prescribe ginseng to neutralize poisons and soothe injuries. Would you like to buy a root? That is a 10-crown donation.
Okay, 10 for the ginseng.
That's aloe. Rub the leaf on wounds to heal them. Would you like to buy a leaf? 5 crowns.
5 crowns for the aloe.
That salve is a secret Gorka recipe for healing. That is a 20-crown donation.
Okay, so this is the most effective for curing the wounds, but does nothing to the poison. And that's 20, so it's 5, 10 and 20. That should be relatively simple to remember.
Farewell then.
Don't really need any right now, but we will most definitely need some later.
Tapestries bring some warmth to the keep. Old saddlecloths make fine hangings. Tapestries bring some warmth to the keep.
He's full of information.
Fine swords, impressive decorations. Sharp, too.
I think he hurt himself on the swords. I was sort of hoping we could just remove them from the wall and use them. Cats and kittens should be acquired in pairs whenever possible, as cat families interact best in pairs. I'm not sure that's actually correct. I've never seen a feline actually agreeing with another feline at any point.
Victor Glaston, Royal Armorer.
Glaston, the armorer. So this is the armor shop.
Oh, so you come to see Victor, afraid of Scotia's new toy? Why afraid? Look at Victor. Myself could use a shape changer. You show Victor what you want to buy. Maybe you show Victor what you sell. Okay?
I like Victor. He's a funny guy.
That one a weapon right for you. 60 crowns.
60 crowns for this one. It's a simple sword.
You need that mace? 40 crowns.
40 crowns for the mace.
Excellent weapon! 125 crowns.
Yeah, it's quite the interface. You also have to sort of know what to click.
Now is not the time for training apprentice.
Now is not the time for training apprentice. What does he mean by that?
Now is not the time for training apprentice.
I clicked what looked like a bag of arrows here in the back.
I make even this wheel with these two hands. Need one dagger? 10 crowns.
The dagger is 10. I guess we'll
You need that mace? 40 crowns.
spend some money on the mace to have at least some resemblance of an actual weapon. Let's get out of here.
You again come visit? No?
That was his version of thank you, come again. At least we have an actual weapon now. It may not be the best weapon ever, but it's at least a weapon. You can't step into the fountain or interact with it in any way.
Jaren Arbarath, Royal Chamberlain.
Chamberlain.
Door is locked.
Of course it is. He's probably on a bender.
The old tapestries glow with age.
Another door here, no markings on the door.
The forest below appears tranquil. The kingdom looks deceptively peaceful.
His Royal Majesty awaits you in the throne room.
Richard's battle banners await the call.
This is a throne room.
Tell you, we must march with whatever troops can be gathered locally.
Isn't Eric mustering his white army? Have we lost all confidence in our own military capabilities?
Eric is the finest commander in the kingdom, but he is a 5-day march from here.
As long as we have our own magic, I really don't see where we need more than the defenses we already have in place.
Scotia is not an adversary to be taken lightly. Ah, Conrad, because of the threat from Scotia, I have an urgent need for the Ruby of Truth. Please retrieve it from Roland's estate in the Southland and return it to Gladstone. Here is a key to my private library. Among the books, you will find a magic atlas that should be of assistance on your journey.
Come by my office before you leave the keep. I'll give you a writ that will identify you as being on official business for His Highness.
Okay, so we have a key to the library where we can find this atlas, which is the map in the game, as we found out when reading the manual. That will come in handy. And the priest also said to look him up.
Richard's great-grandfather Ludwig.
That's Ludwig. I assume that's the library. Yes, it is.
And so it came to pass that the ancient people of Gladstone, having discovered a method of controlling the magics, rose unto power amongst the barbarous tribes of the great wasteland. Thus it happened that King Andrew, 13th heir to the throne of Gladstone, descended into the depths of the Irbish Highlands, and there the shard of truth called unto Andrew, and he was smitten by its righteousness. For 3 times 20 generations the people languished in darkness, until Sir Michel Robard unearthed the Ruby of Truth. Verily it is written that the stone spoke unto Robard, and Robard offered up the ruby unto the heir of the throne of Gladstone. Only once has the ruby and the shard been combined. Truth was unbound, and all known forms of deceit were unveiled, and this unveiling wreaked havoc upon the denizens of the netherworld. And the nether beasts withdrew from the lands, and it was good. And a great peace fell upon the lands, and this too was good. And so it came to pass that the ancient people of Gladstone, having discovered a method of controlling the magics, rose unto power amongst
done a
the
full circle on
barbarous
this.
tribes of the great wasteland.
Would have been nice had we gotten Patrick Stewart to read the manual. He's a slightly better narrator and reader than I am.
The kingdom looks deceptively peaceful.
And when I say slightly, I mean hugely.
For my part, I travel not to go anywhere, but to go. I travel for travel's sake. The city of Wyville is home to a wonderful little pub full of personable folk. Bruno's Lodge offers a wide range of fine vintages. Cabernets from the Wyville Valley, and Chardonnays from the Irbish Highlands. Bruno also carries a splendid selection of ales, imported from the finest breweries in the lands. The Grey Eagle Inn, nestled in a Southland glen, exudes country charm. Tyrus McCubbin has a knack for turning common roast boar into a fantastic hunter's stew. The Grey Eagle's few rooms are seldom vacant, so send word ahead if you wish to stay at this quaint inn.
Interesting.
Though we travel the world over to find the beautiful, we must carry it with us, or we find it not.
The forest below appears tranquil. The kingdom looks deceptively peaceful. The magic atlas.
There's the magic atlas, which will be our map for the game. That's useful. What is this book?
Never drink from underground waters. These will corrupt the heart and taint the mind. Many a twisted soul met its fate through unwise drinking. An emerald blade can be of great assistance when dealing with the long dead. It is said that these tired souls despise being disturbed, but no longer fear the threat of plain iron.
Okay. I'll write down some of these notes. Never drink from an underground water source. Emerald blades. serve well against the undead.
The reputed powers of valence cubes appear highly exaggerated. Surely no object could truly drain the magic essence from a living being. The Gorka, while fierce warriors, are actually quite civil creatures. Their love of trade is well known amongst peddlers. Never drink from underground waters. These will corrupt the heart and taint the mind. Many a twisted soul met its fate through unwise drinking. An emerald blade can be of great assistance when dealing with the long dead. It is said that these tired souls despise being disturbed, but no longer fear the threat of plain iron.
I missed the third hint.
The reputed powers of valence cubes appear highly exaggerated. Surely no object could truly drain the magic essence from a living being.
Valence cubes drain magic essence. Another useful hint. We'll write all of these down. There are also some hints in this book about the inns.
Griswold's rusty gate warrants a second look from visitors to this farming community. Large pints and small fees keep the clientele quite content. The farm-fresh food enhances the taste of even the simplest of meals.
This one comes recommended.
If you are traveling through the lands, be sure to stop at these fine inns and rest your bones. For my part, I travel not to go anywhere, but to go. I travel for travel's sake. The city of Wyville is home to a wonderful little pub full of personable folk. Bruno's Lodge offers a wide range of fine vintages. Cabernets from the Wyville Valley and Chardonnays from the Irbish Highlands. Bruno also carries a splendid selection of ales, imported from the finest breweries in the lands.
Okay. Was there any useful hint here?
Thus it happened that King Andrew, 13th heir to the throne of Gladstone, descended into the depths of the Irbish Highlands, and there the shard of truth called unto Andrew, and he was smitten by its righteousness.
The shard of truth.
For 3 times 20 generations the people languished in darkness, until Sir Michel Robard unearthed the ruby of truth. Verily it is written that the stone spoke unto Robard, and Robard offered up the ruby unto the heir of the throne of Gladstone. Only once has the ruby and the shard been combined. Truth was unbound, and all known forms of deceit were unveiled. This unveiling wreaked havoc upon the denizens of the netherworld, and the nether beasts withdrew from the lands, and it was good.
So we're supposed to
peace fell upon the lands, and this too was good.
we're supposed to combine the shard and ruby of truth to unveil deceit and wreak havoc on the citizens of the netherworld. What's in this little room?
The forest below appears tranquil. The early Talamari were mounted warriors. The kingdom looks deceptively peaceful.
Doesn't really appear to be anything in this room. I wonder if there are secret rooms in this place. Slowly filling out our map, however. This was the
Have
throne
you
room.
found the Ruby of Truth?
I have
No.
additional questions for His Majesty.
You are not to be admitted without the ruby.
Okay, we can't get back into the throne room without actually uncovering the Ruby of Truth. Difficult guards.
Jaren Arbarath, Royal Chamberlain.
Yeah, this is the priest.
Oh, it's you. The impending storm attracts all you would-be heroes. Now, I suppose you want your writ. Look, even the beasts seek shelter.
What is this guy selling? Yeah, the automapper is this atlas. We can basically click on it to bring up a map.
Use your own maps. Those are mine. Use your own maps. Those are mine.
I don't like this guy very much. I wonder if we can bite him or throw a knife in his head.
If I want you to touch something of mine, I'll ask you. If I want you to touch something of mine, I'll ask you. What are you waiting for? Be gone. If I want you to touch something of mine, I'll ask you.
I wonder if there's actually anything we can do in here. I seriously doubt it.
If I want you to touch something of mine, I'll ask you.
Probably not.
Why would I want that? Why would I want that?
I was more thinking of throwing
If you
it
need
in your
help,
head.
Mayhap that rascal Timothy is at the Grey Eagle.
That was utterly useless. Just for mapping
You
sakes.
again come to see Victor.
Not really.
You again come visit. No?
We're here for mapping purposes only.
Did you forget something?
No. We
Farewell, then.
really did not. Okay. We largely examined this. And the map has been filled out. Which is nice. Let's save. We have multiple slots. This is such an advancement to many of the games we've played so far. That's a venture to the outside, which is sure to be a little bit more dangerous than the insides of this castle. That's the castle again. Can we basically go anywhere? No, we can't. A weathered dagger. We could at least sell that at the blacksmiths, get some money for it.
Is that a Pseudobushia hugiflora? Is that a Pseudobushia hugiflora?
I don't know. You tell me. Okay. You can
There's
basically
nothing
just
in the hollow. Is that a Pseudobushia hugiflora?
take the aloe plant directly from the tree.
No time to make mud pies now.
That's nice. What's this? Is this a swarm of bees? Is Is this really a swarm of bees just lying here on the... Can we simply take it with us and throw it at an enemy? Possibly.
Hey you! I'm taking your money.
No, you're really not.
You won't get my money without a fight.
No, we can't throw it at him at least. But we can throw it. Does nothing. I wonder what this item is for.
Too heavy. Too heavy. Why are thugs guarding that cave?
Our first cave, Thug's hideout, it's called. A rock, we can probably throw that. We seem to have a bit of an inventory. The first button as well. Like Dungeon Master, not... Yeah, it looks rather annoying. It looks like you need to scroll a lot. But at least you aren't bound by weight, it seems, which is a welcome change from some other games we played.
A lantern.
How do we turn it off? How do we turn it off? Probably means that we can't. Is this a better or worse shirt? It's worse, so let's place it somewhere around the back. We can probably sell it along with this weathered dagger. Let's place the items that we want to sell somewhere along the back here. We have plenty of things that we need to buy, so let's try to pick up everything we see. Pressure plate here. Nice little click when we step on it. We have a piece of rock here. Doesn't seem to actually affect it. Affects this one, but not this one. That's a hidden button, almost Dungeon Master-esque in its hiddenness, and a nice little key.
It crumbled to dust.
the auto mapping is very much active and working. And I revisited most of the places we had visited in the castle to mapping them, so we do have mapping.
There are silver coins in here.
2 coins. How generous.
It crumbled to dust. There are silver coins in here.
Mm-hmm. We found another key, so I think it's safe to say that we're supposed to activate this pressure plate here. Probably need something heavier to place on it. I find it fairly annoying that we can't turn this lantern off. It seems that we... Doesn't seem to matter what we actually place here. Thanks for the hint, Moonwalker. It's good to know. Assume this opens something here at the back or somewhere else. Or potentially we need to turn this one off as well. That's the key here. Leave both of these rocks there. Uh-oh. Boys are back in town. Stop hitting me, I'm a tourist. Don't kill me, guys. I'm just visiting. Really didn't mean to steal all of your stuff. Nice attempt. I'll leave this lantern here for now. We don't really need it in here. It's not that dark. Won't pick it up now. We know how to activate this one. I'll leave these pieces here. Where was the... Here it was. There's the key. Pick up this rock.
It crumbled to dust.
Yes, it did.
There are silver coins in here.
Yes, there are.
It crumbled to dust. There are silver coins in here.
Let's go in here. Only one of them now. Slightly makes life easier for us. Let's use the magic first. It seems to work pretty well. It did far better this time around. Take that. It's not enough to place 2 stones on top of this. Needs something more. Don't have any more items though. Can't remove these. Okay, that's the way to do this. Pick up the rock, it's actually very useful for throwing. And so are the, I'm going to assume the daggers as well.
Locked.
A locked treasure chest.
This does not seem to be the way to open it. This does not seem to be the way to open it.
Do we have... We have almost no rogue skill. Yeah, that's about it. Please get that. Welcome in, guys.
This does not seem to be the way to open it.
When all else fails, use brute force. We have some lockpicks. Cannot equip the lockpicks. Doesn't appear to raise our rogue skills, but I assume that we can actually use them.
It crumbled to dust. It crumbled to dust.
But at least we have some picks now. I assume we're mostly done with this, however, might potentially have used this key on the chest, which of course we did not do. So that seems about it for this particular dungeon. Nice little practice. Now, how can I pick up this lantern without actually using it?
A lantern.
Because I really don't want to use it. Okay, it turns off as soon as we exit the dungeon, so that's good. It's mostly full still. Yeah. It's nearly full. That means we can use it at some later date. It wasn't really needed in there. It wasn't really dark enough. I wish we could... wish we would have found a way to automatically turn it off. Yeah, we still haven't gone down here. What is the point of these swarms? Can we throw them at enemies? Yeah, as soon as you put the oil in it, it will obviously turn on. So you will have to allow it to basically empty itself. Seems like a bit of a waste. At least we have this key here.
The nest is empty.
Nothing in the nest. A rock here.
Ah, this must be no time to make mud pies now.
Okay, so there are sometimes items in the mud. It's good to know. Found some coins just lying there in the mud. We've gone a circle here.
What would a beautiful young woman be doing on a road like this?
Excuse me, lad. Are you with King Richard? I need to get into the keep and I have forgotten the password. May I go in with you?
I'm sorry, miss, but these are dangerous times.
Timid fool. I will not forget you.
That was the witch. She's obviously up to no good. Should we finish exploring this part first here? Isn't a great deal left in this direction. It's basically this part here.
No time to make mud pies now. Lake Dread is much too cold for swimming this time of year.
So that's the lake. It doesn't want to go swimming in the lake. But it's a good name, Lake Dread. I like it. You have to wonder if it has a judge, Judge Dread.
The nest is empty.
What's that? Our path is blocked here. She can't seem to at least push our way through here. Fine. Seems a little inviting though.
The nest is empty.
Another one of these swarms.
There are silver coins in here.
Some more coins for our collection.
The nest is empty. The nest is empty.
Okay, we're done with this bit.
There's nothing in the hollow.
This was the aloe plant. We already
No time to make mud pies now.
removed what was there. Make our way back down here.
Excuse me. I need to book passage to the Southland.
Where's your money?
I have a writ from the king.
Where is it?
Such a demanding woman.
Well then, hurry and get on the boat.
Hurry and get on the boat, she said. And a voyage we take. Where are we now? We're in the Southland Forest. And there's the passage back. Can't seem to click this little pond here. There's nothing in it. More rocks. This is a dead end. Too heavy. Probably doesn't want to click it even. There's a lower leaf here, and I'll take advantage of having the healing items on this side. We'll scroll to the other side. Nothing in this hole, it seems. Okay. Not doing so good in this battle here. We got lucky this time around. Oops. So much for that. Oh, we were lucky for a bit, and we got unlucky. Such is the way of the world sometimes. Take me a bit to get acquainted with the controls. We do have some medicinal items, so we could have handled that better than we did. here, okay. This is roughly where we went. This is roughly where we were. Probably a wise idea to save here. Save early, save often. Yeah, there's our friend. Dodge the throwables. We're at both sides now. We have done better though. Where did the guy go? Did we kill him? No, there he is. Now he died. 2 more of these guys. Missed and we're cornered. Not good to be cornered exactly now, but we did survive. This inventory is weird. How do we use this item? Okay, that's how we use it. Can we use this as well? Too close to cast a spell. I wonder what this actually does. We found this maze. We can potentially sell it when we get back to town. It has value. We paid 40 for the one that we have, so we'll probably get half of that, which is like 20 or so. Still more unfriendlies here. Have this mace thrown at you, please. Take that. Take this. Let's see if we can save and potentially rest. Yeah, we can. Okay, let's go and pick up the rest of our items here. This forest isn't quite as friendly as the last one. Box, skins. Here's one of the rocks. Another one. Another one. Some of the daggers as well. Didn't we have one more rock? I think we did. There it is. All picked up our stuff again. More unfriendlies. We're surrounded by them actually. Let's not have them throw stuff at us here. It's bad. Getting cornered by these guys. Magic does seem to work well on these guys. We're getting dangerously low on health, yes. Luckily we saved. Why can't I turn around? That was unfortunate. Keyboard didn't actually work. Still doesn't. Yeah, thanks for the hint. I'll try to do this without too many hints. It's half the fun is figuring things out. I'll have to exit the game here since we've lost the keyboard. I have no idea why, but it's basically gone. Do a reset of the machine. See if we get the keyboard back. Sort of useful to have the keyboard. It's not sort of useful, it's sort of required to have the keyboard. Load the game. Right back in it. Now the keyboard does work. Let's try this again. We're cornered here. We're dead. Yeah. Mustn't allow ourselves to get cornered.
I don't have enough magic.
Sure you do. Take that. No, not here. There's this guy. Still. There's quite a bit more of these guys. This is the guy with the club. They're at both sides now. That's not good. Let's try to outrun these guys a little bit here. See if we can heal in the meantime. A little bit. Being chased by at least two of these guys. Let's save here mid-battle. At least we're not dead. A welcome change. Whatever doesn't kill us can only make us stronger, right? Let's try to go back and pick up some of our throwables. We can definitely throw the rocks. It does not really seem as though we can throw the knives very much. At least don't seem to do as much damage. The rocks work fairly well. This is roughly where we were. See if there are any medicinal plants just lying around here. That would be welcome. We've already used two of the aloe leaves to restore a bit of health.
Looks like trouble.
This is probably straight to trouble. What's this called? Roland's Manor. Okay. What's on the other side of this? We've also been fighting some monsters from the other side. I must say this is looking to be a fun little game. More of these apes. Take that, you brute. I think we just leveled up. although we also took a bit of a beating. Let's see if we can save and try to rest. We're doing well. Let's check our status here. Yeah, we're a level 2 fighter now. Should probably try to be very diligent in using the magic as well, so we level up with the mage levels as well. Similar to there's a bit of an annoyance that if we turn around the magical menu disappears. The music is pretty great. At least I'm enjoying it. Yeah, no food like Dungeon Master and Eye of the Beholder, so that's a welcome change as well. That was a difficulty curve in Dungeon Master that was perhaps the most difficult. You have to be very careful. Now we should figure out about these swarms. You can use them to somehow cast spells. Well, should figure out how to use them. It might be our friend here. Oh, there's a plant there, which could mean that there's some aloha around here somewhere, but not necessarily. Game gives and the game takes away. This was a dead end, right? Yes, it was. Mostly examined this now. Let's go back here. We left a spot on the other side. Yeah, auto mapping is also very welcome. It makes our life significantly easier than it perhaps could be. More of these nasties here. Yeah, one of these dinosaur guys. Big lizards or whatever you call them. This isn't really advancing towards us though. How do we use this? That's how we use it. This guy moves very slowly. Possibly not the best creature to use the swarm on. Might be mostly resistant to it. Doesn't seem to like being hit with a mace though. The mace did quite a bit of damage to him. We did get some hints in the manual that we read earlier about what is effective against each monster, at least some of them. This seems to be mostly effective against this guy. So he's not that hard to beat, actually. Easier than the mace throwing monkeys. I've done this bit here. There's something here. This is the Grey Eagle Inn. Okay.
Aha! This is the Grey Eagle.
We read something about that in the library earlier. And that's about it. So it's Buck's Skins, the Roland Manor, and the Grey Eagle Inn. Let's go look at this skin place before we head to the inn for some rest and relaxation.
Hello. Come on in. I'm Buck. Here to trade. You show me what you got or what you want.
This is basically a merchant.
I'm not really interested in buying that.
Doesn't want this.
I'm not really interested in buying that.
Doesn't want this either.
I'm not really interested in buying that.
Doesn't want this. We have nothing to sell to this guy.
I'm not really interested in buying that.
Fine, be that
Buy
way.
the bow and I'll throw in the arrows.
Would you sell that?
Sure. 100 crowns.
100 crowns. We have 15, and he wants to buy nothing. So that's
Buy
out of
the
the
one on the
question.
left and I'll throw in the one on the right. 10 crowns.
2 for 1 on the boots. The boots are certainly better than the stupid sandals we were wearing. Let's spend 10 of our hard-earned crowns on a pair of boots. What else does he have? He has a shield, but we have like 5 crowns now. Let's
So long. Watch out for the orcs.
let's see if he's interested in buying the sandals. If we... What does this do for us? It brings our protection from 12 to 18. We're basically still wearing a t-shirt, but at least now we're wearing boots and not sandals.
Welcome back to Bugs.
Hey man, do you want to buy these sandals?
Not really interested in buying that.
No, fine.
So
Be that
long.
way.
Watch out for the orcs.
Watch out for the orcs, he says. I'll assume that these mace throwing monkeys here are orcs. Let's head to the inn. That's probably where we want to go next before we tackle the manor, which I'm pretty sure is full of nasty things.
This looks cozy.
I'll say.
I hope those aren't barber's tools. I hope those aren't barber's tools.
My wife won't let me keep those in the house.
His wife won't let him keep the antlers in the house.
This inn seems well supplied.
I'll say.
This is hotter than Victor's Forge. Are you Timothy of Gladstone?
No, I'm Tyrus, but you're close. If I lose one more customer to rumours about the Dark Army, I'm closing this place. If I lose one more customer to rumours about the Dark Army, I'm closing this place. Please, don't bother my customers.
Imported Wyvelian oak. This inn seems well supplied.
Nice place.
I hate to have this fellow's wax bill. What a huge napkin. This inn seems well supplied.
How do we sit at the table?
This room is occupied.
Are you by chance Timothy of Gladstone?
No, I am Philip. Timothy is the yellow-haired fellow over by the fire there.
Thank you. I am on an important mission for King Richard.
Well, you're a brave young patriot, Sonny. Take this magnet stone to guide you on your journeys. Long live King Richard.
We gained something. A compass. How useful.
Aha! This is the Grey Eagle. Aha! This is the Grey Eagle.
Yes, it is.
This looks cozy.
Mm-hmm.
Are you by chance Timothy of Gladstone?
Yes, I am Timothy. And who might you be?
I am Conrad. King Richard has sent me to retrieve the Ruby of Truth from Sir Roland. One of the Dark Army spies has a mask or something. She's become a shape changer and apparently threatens the kingdom.
Scotia. She is the most evil woman alive. I heard that she had hired the excavators, but I never dreamed she'd actually find the mask. Well then, Conrad, let's go now. I'll get my things together and meet you outside.
How useful. We have another party member.
If I lose one more customer to rumours about the Dark Army, I'm closing this place.
Does it actually seem as though we can actually sit and enjoy any food or do anything else in here?
All you can eat for 2 crowns.
All you can eat for 2 crowns, it says.
All you can eat for 2 crowns.
But with no way of actually using it.
All you can eat for 2 crowns.
That's fine.
I am pleased to join you, sir. All I have is at your disposal.
What does this guy have? Actually decently equipped. Has a leather jerkin, a shield, and a rapier, which is a good addition to our fairly blunt mace. He's a level 3 fighter, a level 2 rogue, and a level 1 mage. This is a far better piece of armor than he has, or that rather than that he has than we did. So that's nice. But he has the crappy sandals. We are better equipped than we were. We have twice the members of the party. Let's go pay a visit to that manor. And hopefully we'll earn some money and at least be able to buy him some better boots. And hopefully some other trinkets as well. We could do with a bow and arrow. A rock. And some orcs. Not exactly the welcome that I wanted here. This inventory is the devil's inventory. Some ginseng, that's a welcome addition. Move some of the medicinal items over to this side. Yeah, some nasties coming our way here. Easier to fight when there are two of us. Let's see if we can rest. We can. Let's fully recover and save. Nice little splatters of blood on the wall here.
These scones are firmly attached.
I think you mean sconces.
These scones are firmly attached.
I think you mean sconces.
These scones are firmly attached.
I think you mean sconces.
Sconces, he says. I have
Whatever
no idea.
it was, it's garbage now. Whatever it was, it's garbage now.
Interesting. Oops. Where's the rest of our rocks? Here. Let's keep them together. Are useful.
Wow, must be some clumsy orcs. Wow, must be some clumsy orcs.
There's basically a hole in the wall here.
Must be some clumsy Wow, must be some clumsy orcs.
Yeah, this is a 93 game, so it's a slightly more recent than some of the stuff we've been playing. Still an old game, and I agree, it looks pretty good. The sound is also pretty nice.
These scones are firmly attached.
I think you mean sconces.
I'm fairly sure that the fact that they mention that they're firmly attached means that at some point they are not.
I wonder who that was. I wonder who that was. The window's broken. The window's broken.
Yes, it is.
Wow, must be some clumsy orcs.
Practically a hole. And nothing really in this room.
The window's broken. Whatever it was, it's garbage now.
Bits and pieces of probably bodies.
Wow, must be some clumsy orcs. What a shame this was ruined. These scones are firmly attached.
I think you mean sconces.
No, there is no Amiga version of this game. I took the CD version because it has the speech and it also sounds pretty good. I'm playing this on this PC that you see here. It has an Orpheus sound card, which is Sound Blaster compatible. It has a Crystal Sound chip on it, and in addition to that, it has a Wave Blaster card known as the Dream Blaster.
Whatever it was, it's garbage now.
Which is what the general MIDI music is being played through. Sounds pretty good.
The window's broken. Wow, must be some clumsy orcs. Ha, 7 years bad luck for some poor orc.
That joke might be on a cooldown.
Ha, 7 years bad luck for some poor orc.
There is a limit as to how often it can be triggered. I forget what the setting is, but it is some period of time.
The window's broken. Wow, must be some clumsy orcs.
I'm used to clicking every wall, so I'm still doing that. Probably continue doing that for the foreseeable future. Okay. An oil flask. I assume that's for the lantern. I'll keep it somewhere in the inventory. 2 of them actually. And an aloe plant for healing. So I'll also keep in the inventory.
These scones are firmly attached.
I think you mean sconces.
Ah, yes, I forgot the. I removed the bot replies from the chat on the capture.
Amiga's got the guts to do things that you can't do on other hardware.
Because it.
Wow, the window's broken.
It has all of these announcements, and I don't really want the chat to be filled up with those. Rather have the captured chat actually be chat. But I don't hide the commands. And hey there, Eldridge. If you weren't here before, I think you were.
Senseless destruction. Someone has been burning parchments.
The orcs have really done a number on this place. Seem to have basically pillaged and burned everything in here. These guys are tough. These guys are quite tough, actually. Get where we saved last. And probably wasn't all that long ago. Go pick up our rocks again. That's the final rock. Let's, relocate this one a little bit. Well, didn't mean to exit, did that accidentally. Let's rest up here and recover and save before heading into the room at the end of the corridor. Yeah, I thought you had been in here, Eldridge. When we open this door, we get surrounded by these guys as well. Where did they come from? Were they already in the hallway, or did they appear when we opened the door? Did it open a secret room somewhere? Probably did. Didn't we finish? We didn't finish this room yet. Okay, that first. Get here.
Must have been painful.
Yeah. Rust again. Save again. Attempt this again. All seems very familiar. This is a tough little brute. Level 2 spell. Level 1 spell. These guys are really tough. Yeah, we'll have to fight them from range. Let's run into one of the rooms here. Wait for them to come around the corner. Get here, you coward. Where did he go? There he is. Might give one of these a try here. Take this. You miserable gate. Did we kill him? Yes, we did. We got an Axe of Dominance. Actually decreases our might a little bit. We'll save. We did well.
There are silver coins in here.
Yes, there are. Yes, there are. In fact, indeed there are. There's the other brood. Can we throw the axe at him? Yes, we can. And the dagger as well. And this dagger. This guy is probably not quite as tough. I'm assuming he's still... Need to get the timing right here. Get used to these controls. Finally he goes down. We can potentially rest now. Yes, we can. Fine. He left nothing behind, so not a ton to be gained. Pick up the rocks again.
The window's broken.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
This is Roland's hiding place. I hope he is in here.
I wonder if this is the Roland
has happened?
MT32.
Timothy, the Dark Army passed through here not an hour ago. They have stolen the Ruby of Truth.
We will take you to Gladstone with us. Dawn will heal your wounds.
I am beyond healing. You too must recover the Ruby.
The war has begun, Conrad. The death of such a patriot must be avenged. Let us hasten back to Gladstone.
I vow upon his deathbed to find these orcs and return the ruby to Gladstone.
Okay, fine. Roland's key.
If I don't take these coins, the orcs will. If I don't take these coins, the orcs will.
Found a saber. Potentially something we can actually save.
Empty.
We can sell it at the blacksmith's. And we did make
Wow, must be some clumsy orcs.
quite a bit of money. Certainly more than we've seen so far in the game. Let's go pay the merchant a visit. see if he wants to sell us some trinkets.
Welcome back to Bugs.
You want to buy this
I'm
dominance?
not really interested in buying that.
Okay, do you want to buy this
I'm
saber?
not really interested in buying that.
Fine, be that way.
I'll sell that, you know. 10 crowns?
Get the shield.
Hey, don't mess things up. So long. Watch out for the orcs.
Improves our protection a bit. He doesn't seem to actually have
Welcome
another.
back to Bugs.
Doesn't seem to have another pair of boots.
Sorry, can't spare my last pint of cider. What are you, one of Richard's inspectors?
Would you sell that?
Sure, 100 crowns.
Let's get the bow. Doesn't seem
Made it
to
myself, 20 crowns.
made what himself. What is that?
Made it myself, 20 crowns.
Good night, Eldridge. Thanks for coming. You sleep well. What actually is that? I have no idea what that is. There's no description either. Ah, it's a salve. Okay, fine. These are not actual items.
Hey, don't mess things up.
None of this stuff is for
So
sale.
long. Watch out for the orcs.
Fine. Okay, you can of course either use the bow or use the rapier. It would seem useful to be able to fire the bow against these guys. Beats having to use the rocks
So
all the
long.
time.
Watch out for the orcs.
Let's head back.
Hello? Are you going north?
I had a writ from the king, but that other clerk kept it. May I still ride?
Sorry. 100 crowns per passenger.
100 crowns per passenger.
Hurry, the boat is just leaving.
That's theft.
You may pass. What tidings bring you from the Southland?
The Dark Army has stolen the ruby. I must tell King Richard.
His Highness is resting in the throne room.
Do you have the Ruby of Truth?
The ruby has been stolen. I must see King Richard.
Go in at once.
Leave him, vile witch!
You cannot stop me. I found the mask. My warriors have the ruby, and this realm will soon beg for mercy beneath my heel.
Postpone your celebration, hag. I will not permit this travesty.
Oh, the inept charmer threatens me. You, Dawn, will be the first to grovel at my feet.
He still lives, but we have no antidote, and he sinks deeper by the minute. We must now channel all of our magic into a protective shield. Elvni, Mekilno, Konax! This shroud will prevent any further action of the poison and protect Richard until the cure can be located.
Guess Patrick Stewart was an expensive voice actor, so they decided to get rid of him early in the game. I forget which movie it is. Is it Executive Decision, where Steven Seagal is only in the starting 5 minutes of the movie, and then he's never seen again, but he's on the obviously on the poster and on the front of the cover of the movie.
Hello, we have not met. I am Bakata, Dawn's apprentice.
That's Bakata.
Our potions cannot cure him, but legends speak of an elixir that could.
This has to be the work of Scotia, but how did she manage it?
I don't know about you people, but I'm going down to the Herbish mines and get to the bottom of all this masked business.
Come now, Paulson. Do not be so rash. The Herbish mines are where Scotia found the mask. The Dark Army is surely swarming all over that place.
Well, I just won't sit here on my backside while that wench has her way with the whole countryside.
Nice porn star, dude.
Enough talk. We've got to do something now.
How did she get inside the keep? We change our passwords frequently. How did she get inside the keep? We change our passwords frequently.
Probably as a raven.
Enough talk. We've got to do something now.
Our potions cannot cure him, but legends speak of an elixir that could.
Okay.
All my potions are for naught. I knew it. This is indeed Gladstone's darkest hour.
This shroud has required almost all of our magic to create.
Really, quite bad manners violating the king's castle. I do wish Dawn would permit us to mount some sort of counterattack.
What next?
We will need your help, Conrad. We must ask that you visit the Droracle. Perhaps he knows a cure for Richard.
The who? And where is it? Do you know, Timothy?
Unfortunately, Timothy's services are needed here. Bakata will join you in Timothy's stead.
I'll meet up with you later, Timothy.
I'm familiar with the path to the Droracle. I would be honored to join you on your quest.
Farewell, Conrad. You had best hurry. Do not grieve at our separation. Bakata is a good man, and will be an asset to you on your journey.
Your time has come, Conrad, to walk the paths of magic. This mystic album will hold the spells that you acquire. Practice and learn to use it well.
We finally have a spell book. What happened to the bow that we just gave to that guy? He still has the bow. That's fine. My my 22, my 20. We'll give him this saber. At least he has a decent pair of boots and a decently good shield. And a decent skill with magic as well. Yeah, this is a good weapon. Fine. This is a useful character because he has a lot of hands. He can basically carry 2 shields and 2 weapons. That does come in handy. We have 81 gold pieces.
You again, come to see Victor.
He has very little to offer us at this point. Let's just get out of here.
No?
Do you recall seeing the caverns east of the keep?
No, we,
There is a passage. Let us bear east and then proceed north as soon as possible.
There is
Here, this mystic chant will open the passage. Connex, Ver, Delamare.
Everybody in.
This place stinks.
Quite.
A stinking cavern. How lovely. Search every wall for hidden clues and buttons. It's the way of these games.
Let's try this.
Clever. The wall is moved.
I thought I could hear something, and I could. Those monsters. Those guys don't look very fun. This guy has lots of magical ability. It's the stuff that he has in his hands.
I don't have enough magic.
Strong, this guy. Took quite a beating, but we did survive.
I don't have enough magic.
I assume if we rest that we basically lose the lantern. I guess we have to do that anyway. How many of these guys are there here? Quite a few.
Got 6.
I can hear these guys.
Poison.
He's poisoned. That's bad news. Very bad news indeed. So only have 2 of these ginsangs. Hope that we find another one. We also spent quite a percentage of our mana casting these spells. I can hear more of them. Perhaps not doing great, but we're not doing terribly either. We haven't been taking a ton of damage after figuring out the first ones. I can hear them from the back, actually. Not all that great.
I've been poisoned.
You're terrible for being poisoned. He seems to be much more receptible to poison than the human is. He's been poisoned twice within short succession. This guy came from behind, which is a bit of a problem. Means that somewhere here there is a hidden passage. Where is this guy now? There he is. Take that, that, and that. Yeah, they just appear from random there in the corner. Probably spawn. I'm going to assume that this corner is that wall is fake, or that they respawn automatically there. Have a spot of magic. Rest. Could be there's an endless supply of them there. Entirely possible. Which means it's a place to farm experience, but not necessarily a good place to be. There he is again. Oh, you actually can't enter this way. I assume these are pits. It's probably not a good idea to just step into them. There are 3 buttons here. A red one, which opens this one. Oh, the green button is depressed. That means that this pit and this pit are both open. Depressing both the red one and the blue one does what?
We just needed the right combination.
Yeah. The pit's closed up behind us, which is bad news. Now we're vulnerable. We can't run anymore back. But we can
It took my weapon.
throw this shit at them. Use a little more magic. These guys are real assholes. Fine.
We just needed the right combination.
My weapon!
This is tough. It's really, really tough. Since we can't really protect ourselves.
We just needed the right combination.
I wonder what the best way is to approach this. This closes the door again. Okay. That's useful. Fighting one of these guys at a time is certainly easier than fighting multiple ones. Something happened when we stepped on that pressure plate. These guys are really tough. Did eventually beat them though.
Let's be careful around this.
Did eventually beat them. And they left behind a leather jerkin, which will increase our protection considerably. We'll move this.
There are silver coins in here.
Also found this helm, which also increases our protection quite a bit. Let's see if we can actually rest here. Definitely need it. We also need to Heal up. Our good friend. Not dead yet. This is highly useful. But it worked well on the enemies before. Still one of these guys left here. One is something we can probably handle though.
There's silver coins in here.
Found the staff. It's nice to be able to rest without having to worry about food or any other factor. Need to play something.
Watch out, those fellows don't look friendly.
They are most definitely
Perhaps
not.
this was once a dungeon.
Those fellows are most definitely not friendly.
Perhaps this was once a dungeon. It crumbled to dust.
It definitely was a dungeon. Another of these oil flasks. We now have at least 3 of them. A pair of ginseng to replace the one we used earlier. That will come in handy. And some lock picks as well. Second pair that we find of these.
Perhaps this was once a dungeon.
Mm-hmm. Excuse me. Probably place something on this so we don't continually get hit with this. Die. You miserable thing.
I've been poisoned.
Damn it. There goes our ginseng that we just found. I guess we could reload, but
Let's be careful around this.
We won't. We'll try to fight these guys from range though whenever possible. Akata just leveled up into a level 2 fighter. Useful. Another of these guys. So use our spells. Emerald Eye. What does that do? Can't equip it. We can't use it. Probably can sell it or use it as a key. Entirely possible that we can use it as a key. This does very much seem like a wall we could possibly break. But how? How would we do that? Sort of has a sword-like shape. Although it doesn't seem to actually fit a sword. Hey there, optimistic Copank. I need a hammer, you say?
Let's be careful around this.
I would appreciate it if you didn't drop many hints. This is my first playthrough. I like to figure things out first, and if I get stuck, I'll ask for help. That will happen soon enough, usually.
Perhaps this was once a dungeon. Perhaps this was once a dungeon.
Mm-hmm.
Let's be careful around. Let's be careful around this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if I had a hammer. It would seem that it would seem likely that we are supposed to use this emerald eye somewhere, since we found it. open up some secret door somewhere. Again, I'd appreciate it if the hints and tips were
Perhaps this was once a dungeon.
supplied when asked for.
Perhaps this was once a dungeon. Perhaps this was once a dungeon.
But yeah, it does seem as though the only reprise from this is stepping into the pit, taking damage while doing so.
There's something on the north wall.
Quite the brute. Let's see if we can rest. Restore our condition just a little bit here. There's an obvious button on the wall there. There's a pickaxe or a sledge here. I suppose that's what we're going to use to break the wall. Bones.
A great smith worked this iron.
There's the stairway back upstairs from the pit, probably leading us to instant death there. Not necessarily the best of ideas.
Ugh, this room smells worse than the rest.
What the hell is this?
Oh. Heavens, I'm feeling a bit queasy.
Hey, there's something alive in there.
Shall we cut this one open?
I'll say.
Oh, that air smells good. Thanks. I was on my way to the Droracle when one of those monsters grabbed me.
We as well seek the Droracle. You are quite welcome to join us.
Oh, thank you. I'm Laura. I've been chosen to serve in the Droracle's household on behalf of my village. If I can't get there, he won't give our farmers the weather predictions.
I take it you are from Grisbil.
I'm Conrad, and this is my friend Bakata.
I'll wait for you outside this dreadful chamber.
This cavern looks like those monsters' den.
Oh, how disgusting.
These pods are filled with goo. This cavern looks like those monsters' den. This cavern looks like those monsters' den. This cavern looks like those this cavern
Oh,
cavern.
Nothing else to click in here.
Thanks
Just
again. I
making
thought
sure.
it was over for me.
We have Laura. Torn shirt. We have something slightly better than that, at least. Maybe not a ton better, but this is at least an untorn one. And we have this saber, Might not be the greatest weapon in the world, but not completely useless. I see your point. I did remove her shirt earlier, so I guess at one point she wasn't wearing a shirt. We of course didn't look, we're gentlemen. She has some magical abilities. She has a level 4 rogue though, so she's a decently skilled thief and range fighter. So she might actually come in handy at some point. We're definitely headed for trouble up here though. It's nothing good waiting for us on the other side of this. I'm feeling we're about to...
There's a trap door up here.
We're about to head into massive trouble. More of these guys. Plenty of them actually.
I've been poisoned.
Not good news. I guess we need to retreat to the cabin below again and facing these guys. Who knows how many of them there are here, but actually plenty.
Poison.
I'm definitely going to die here. Okay.
There's a trap door up here.
Yes, there is. Can we go back down? Yes, we can. Okay. So that's how we tackle this. That is how we tackle this. Let's use the swans that we have. See if we can kill this guy and go downstairs and heal. Okay, they can come. Do they follow us downstairs? No, they don't. So we can go down and rest and save and go back up and fight these guys and so on. Not quite done with the magic yet. Let's use all of our magic. No, it actually takes the character that has the blue bar around it. That's the front-facing character, and it's actually rather cumbersome. According to the manual, that's the way it works. So when you're doing certain operations like opening doors and using the lockpick and so on, it picks the character that has the blue bar around it. We are gaining magical levels here pretty quickly, which is a very good thing. Try to use them as much as we can so we gain level as quickly as we can. We at least managed to take down quite a few of these guys. Our numbers have at least dwindled quite a bit. Oh, I can hear more of them. Yeah, more dungeon crawling, 48k RAM, welcome in. This is Lance of Lore, Throne of Chaos. Okay, we're back here. I know where we are now. This is the outside of the dungeon. So now this pit has opened up and we can use this to go back to that place again, which also means that we can go to the front side of the pit again. And we're here. What's the combination again? It's basically like this. Atari ST, yeah. I don't know if I mentioned this 48k RAM, but one of my friends in high school, he had an ST, and we spent a lot of time at his place playing Atari ST games. So I'm fairly familiar with the ST library. And one of the things that we did is that sometimes I would bring my Amiga 500 to his place and we would play two-player Stunker Racer. Which is actually great fun. Where did I place this pickaxe that we found? It's here. I assume that we need to place it in our hand to actually use it.
I say, now we're getting somewhere.
I say.
At last.
Yeah, of course, we're headed straight into trouble here. The magical interface is a little bit cumbersome. It does work though. Wasted spell. This one won't be. Take that. Okay. Another of these oil flasks. We haven't really been using them. It's fairly bright in all of these dungeons. Not nearly as dark as in many other dungeons we've played. What are these? Some ginseng. Highly useful. The games that are actually pretty good on the ST are most of the 3D based games. Midwinter is great on the ST, and that was extra. That extra near megahertz of CPU speed really does matter in those early 3D games. And Dungeon Master is actually pretty good on the ST as well. It came out on the ST a while before it did on the Amiga.
I've been poisoned.
Damn it. Let's heal up the poison. Just found some ginseng. It does seem to happen at the same time that if we find some ginseng to cure the poison, we seem to get poisoned. I can hear these guys. There are more of them here.
This wall's all crumbly, too.
Yeah, behind this wall. See if there's something more here somewhere before we leave this place. So far, not a lot of hidden rooms or things or items here that we found. Doesn't mean that there haven't been any, it just means that I haven't found them. Let's use this opportunity to rest and restore our mana. We're probably going to need it. Also save.
That's it. One more should do it.
This wall appears a mite sturdier.
Hooray! We did it!
You did it, actually. We're having the broad hammer in the walls. We believe in equal opportunity here on this channel. So the broad gets the sledgehammer. Another pit. Probably have to go in again. As is wise, let us save before we go in. What a brute. We took quite a beating, but somehow managed to survive. We can hear more of them though. Wonder if we can rest. Yes, we can. It seemed bad for a while, but somehow we made it. Those are not guys to fight in close combat. They were pretty nasty. Took almost all of our hit points with a single blow.
With this iron.
Whoa!
We got turned around. This map is highly useful. Bomb Jack is great. The first time I played Bomb Jack was on the Commodore 64. It was part of a hit pack. Down this guy goes. Yeah.
Whoa!
It's not easy dealing with this rotating thing right now. I would really rather not. And now we're cornered, which is bad news for all of us. Maybe we can take these two guys. One to go. There's one more of these guys as well. Did we survive this? We're gonna need to heal up. things in this game is that if the character is unconscious, they can't be healed by resting. You need to magically heal them first, but I'm grown into this early habit of resting the spellcasters first and then casting the healing, since there is no food involved, so it doesn't really matter how often you rest. Let's open this chest here. We'll, make him practice his rogue skills. More flasks of oil. We have enough oil to start an oil company now. I assume these are throwing stars. But we have nothing to put them in, so I guess we'll have to... This inventory is fairly retarded. It's not totally retarded, but it's close.
Empty.
I suppose these gem items are really just for monetary value. This is the rotational piece here.
Whoa!
These guys are really too tough to be fighting them in close quarters like this. Let's try this again. Let's finish emptying this chest again. Let's try placing them close to the rocks. It's probably a wise idea. Let's leave some space open here for the other one. Place this sapphire eye here.
Empty.
Where was the other one? There were two of them. Here it is. Okay, we'll place all the throwables in the same location. It's good to keep this organized. Save again.
Whoa!
Where are we facing right now? Okay. There these guys are. It's better to fight them from distance like this. He did die. That's good. Quite a few of them left, however, on the other side there. Come to Papa. If I step forward now, I will get rotated again. There they are. Take this, and this, and this, and this. then we can throw things at the third one. Get here.
Whoa!
Where am I facing now? Not the right direction, that's for sure. I am facing the right direction now, though. We're barely scratching this guy, beating him with regular weapons. Let's go here, see if we can actually rest. We'll need to cast some healing on Conrad. And rest again. Okay, not doing too badly. Let's save again and move onwards. Need to pick up all of our stuff here.
Whoa!
More of these guys. Damn it. I forgot to change to the spark spell. Instead of casting the spark spell, we cast a heal. Take that and that, and have some more of that, and have a sword and a mace. We can rest here. Conrad is becoming quite the mage. He has pretty decent magical abilities at this point. Of course, helps that we're using it a lot.
Whoa!
Where are we facing now? Here.
Whoa!
Take that. Probably change this to spark. Take this. How many of these guys are there here? This was the last one. In close proximity at least.
A great smith worked this iron.
And we can hear there are more of them though. So somewhere here is a hidden wall, almost certainly.
A great smith worked this iron.
A great smith worked this iron.
Mm-hmm.
Whoa!
Maybe there's nothing more there. It's possible. That just leaves the door then. Another one of these things that probably fire sparks at us. Which probably also means there's a pressure plate somewhere which activates it. No, these are not the same. This is potentially where we put the emerald.
Splendid.
And the other stone that we had.
Brilliant. Quite a
Yeah.
stroke of genius.
Take that. You big brute.
Whoa!
We're being fought on two fronts by these guys, which is bad. Let's see if we can rest here. Once you get decently good, then you can get all of the fire bombs and get the bonus on the levels in Bomb Jack.
Whoa!
More of these guys. We just gained a level. There's one guy behind us here. Notice that when we gain a level, we basically get a full set of mana back, which is highly useful. It's a sign that this is a good game, that it's 2 AM and I really don't feel like stopping play, but at some point I will have to wrap this up. Wondering how big this cavern really is here. Seems pretty huge. By far the biggest, at least so far in the game. Lots of baddies as well. More of these guys.
I've been poisoned.
Oh, damn it. That was unnecessary. I feel as we should probably load. That was just carelessness getting poisoned there. fight these guys in close combat. Hit them with spells from distance. That was okay. Yeah, thanks for coming. 48k RAM, you sleep well. It's not a good sign for me that you're in a time zone that's at least 4 hours away from me and you think it's late. Fighting enemies on 2 fronts now. A bad idea. Damn it. How many of these guys are there? He's still not poisoned yet. We escaped there. Yeah, I'm old as well. At least older than I was at some point. I will regret this in the morning when I have to get up with the kids. But until then, it's procrastination.
There's
some things in this chest here of value, including some healing items.
Empty.
Where are we now? Okay. Time to save. Another of these turning points here. One more of these guys. This is highly bad when you're in the middle of a combat to get turned around like this. Good idea to not... Damn it, we're surrounded by these guys now. Damn it. We could really do with a way of... We can't really heal the poison without using the ginseng, so I'm not going to waste it. I'd rather reload. That went better. It went a lot better. We can heal up. Regular wounds we can heal easily. I haven't actually gone here either. There's an item here at the bottom, a leather jerkin. Far better than the shirt we're currently wearing. Oh, that's nice. Slightly better protection. Make this a little bit easier for us. Still down this corridor that we need to go. Can hear these guys. Where are they? Supposed to go down here next, probably. This place is crawling with these guys. Cornered again by these guys. Yet another of these guys. How many more? We're done for now. We can make camp and rest. Good night. Again, 48k RAM. You sleep well, man. Let's see if we can finish up this little cavern and find this Droracle. Add this to our stone collection. I'm basically paleontologist at this point. More of these guys. Get here, you coward. Did we kill him? Yes, we probably did.
I've been poisoned.
We just saved, so let's just reload. Not all poisonous, just some of them are. Those are far more dangerous. Took out a decent chunk of them now.
I've been poisoned.
Ah, damn it. That was stupid. We could have also just closed the door. I don't know if they can actually go through the door, but I'm not convinced they can. We can at least run through here and close this door and save before attempting to sleep. Okay, we made it. Our mana has been restored, so we can continue going at these guys. These are far easier. I think we killed him actually. Yeah, we did. Let's go back outside, rest up, restore our mana, go back in. Plenty of these guys in here. Seemingly endless supply. What's hitting us? Okay. Some welcome ginseng to cure the poison. And some more of it.
Bronze rings were used to hold witches.
Bronze rings were used to hold witches, he says. Where is it that we came from? Here. How do we get back? Secret wall, okay. Secret wall is behind the... Okay. Yeah. Secret wall is behind this. Another of these buttons here on the wall. Another of these
Dragon
guys.
feels slimy.
Let's shoot. Yeah, I figured they would do something like this. Good thing I got out of the way. Wall closed in behind us. Another of these throwing stars here. More of these guys. Take this. Take this. Take this. Of course, we have no way back. See if we can rest here. It would help. We can restore our mana and all of our magic. Okay, this closes this corridor here. Back at this part of the level. Now we need to head back to where we were before. It's basically here. Wasn't this the turning square? Turning square is here, yeah. We push onwards down here again. More rocks. Take this. And this. Good chance that we need to go down this pit here. Unless we find a switch somewhere which turns it off. Let's see if we can rest before doing so. This is luckily just one of these ogres. We can beat him up. No one got poisoned. No one died. No one even became unconscious, so that's fine. Let's head down the pit. Ah, this guy. Okay. Aloha leaf, razor dagger. Potentially useful. Another of these guys. A key.
The rings look tarnished and neglected.
I hear hornets or bees. Neither of which is good. Flying spiders. One is not enough. Two is not enough. 3 is potentially enough for these guys. So they need at least 3 hits to go down. These guys are new, we haven't seen them before. We're getting rudely introduced to a lot of these monsters now. Another one of these guys. This is actually a pretty big area here. We didn't complete this at all here. More of these guys. And a button.
The rings look tarnished and neglected.
Looks like no one's been here for a while, judging by the tarnished rings. These guys are tough. Dealt with them before. Die. I'm pretty happy about the advances in magic that we've made. Getting decently strong with the magical skills. And pretty much all the monsters we're fighting right now.
The rings look tarnished and neglected.
Require magic. At least magic helps. What does this cutter do? It's definitely a far better item than what we have here. Okay. Well, put this mace in the inventory instead.
I've been poisoned.
Damn it. We'll use one of the leaves here. I already have 4 of them. It's fairly classic. It's reminds me a lot of Eye of the Beholder, where you spent an eternity early in the game fighting these poisonous creatures. And, it was actually very tough. There was a pretty long time in the game where you didn't find any cure poison spells. We cornered by the spiders. Potentially we are.
I've been poisoned.
Damn it. How many of these guys are there here? Just an endless supply.
I've been poisoned.
We're not doing too hot. Let's restore to this point again. See whether we can improve upon these results a little bit here. By running away. Yeah, that was substantially better. Few of them gone. How many more of these guys are there? Quite a few. Can't hear anymore. Let's see if we can rest, and we can. We might be done with them. There's a keyhole here, probably for that iron key we found earlier. There's a chest down there as well. It's try our lock picking skills. If I can ever find the lock picks. A red key. Aloe leaf for healing. Are the damn spiders here? Yeah, they are. Yeah, they are. Yeah. Get rid of these sandals. Can't really even sell them, so simply leave them here. More of these flasks where our inventory is slowly filling up with crap. We'll leave this dagger behind.
Empty.
I can hear the spiders, but I can't see them. They're in the walls somewhere. And we have this key. Another way here into the spider's nest. This does not show any signs of letting up. I think we'll save up here. There's quite a bit left of this, actually. Surprisingly much. It's 2:30 AM here already. Let's see about raiding someone. If there are any of you left here, I haven't been keeping any attention. I've been playing the game. Yeah, there are actually quite a few of you still here. Yeah, thanks for coming, Gleezer. As usual. Dr. CTCS is still playing that awful Al-Qaedim, the Genie's Curse game. I figured since it was an SSI game that it would be fun, but it was not. At least it's not my kind of game. Renaissance is playing something called the Sword Vermilion. Seems decently good. I'll give him a raid. Thanks for coming, guys. Back tomorrow with Might and Magic 3 part 17, I believe. I'm not entirely sure what we'll be doing tomorrow. We've finished off the castles on the Isle of Illusions. There are some tricks still left, some puzzles to solve, and we still need to get the pyramid keys. So we'll make an attempt at that tomorrow. Potentially see you there. More of this next Friday. Wednesday is, of course, Ultima 4 on the Amiga. Until then, thanks for coming, guys. You sleep well. Good night. Later.